Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Unearthly flames of midnight blue and spectral silver danced across the enchanted ceiling of Hogwarts' Great Hall, consuming ancient protective charms but leaving the stone untouched. Fire that burned magic itself. Students screamed and scattered as the inferno descended from the rafters, devouring spells cast frantically by professors whose magic dissipated into the hungry blaze. Through this chaos strode a hooded figure, tall and unnaturally still amid the pandemonium, raising skeletal hands toward the magical conflagration as if conducting a symphony of destruction. In the shadowed corner of the hall, Thaddeus Blackthorn observed with narrowed eyes, his Slytherin emerald tie loosened and his dark hair falling across a face too severe for 17. Unlike his panicking classmates, he remained motionless, transfixed not by fear, but by disturbing recognition. Something in the hooded figure's movements echoed his own, like watching a distorted reflection. "This is no ordinary fire," came a crisp voice beside him. Rose Granger Weasley, head girl and daughter of the Minister for Magic, had appeared at his shoulder, her wand gripped uselessly at her side. "It's ethereal wildfire. It consumes magic itself. The books say it hasn't been seen since the Peveril brothers challenged death," Thaddeus finished quietly, the words rising unbidden to his lips. A burning sensation spread across his left palm, where a birthmark shaped like a fractured triangle had always been hidden beneath dragonhide gloves, a mark his pure-blood father had warned him never to reveal. The hooded figure turned abruptly, as if hearing Thaddeus's words across the cacophony, and for a heartbeat, eyes met through shadow and flame, eyes identical to his own. Then the intruder vanished with a sound like splintering wood, leaving behind flames that continued their relentless consumption of Hogwarts' magical protections. 3 days later, the castle stood in peril. The ethereal wildfire had spread throughout Hogwarts' upper floors, rendering entire wings inaccessible as it devoured enchantments centuries in the making. In the headmistress's office, Thaddeus stood before McGonagall's desk, his glove removed to reveal the triangle birthmark, now glowing with the same spectral light as the flames. "The mark of the death stick," Professor Flitwick whispered, his ancient eyes wide with recognition. "Not seen for generations." McGonagall's gaze remained fixed on Thaddeus. "Mr. Blackthorn, your family history has been deliberately obscured for generations. But these circumstances force me to reveal what your father clearly did not. You are the last confirmed descendant of Antioch Peveril, creator of the Elder Wand." Thaddeus's world tilted. The Peverils were legend, their connection to the Deathly Hallows, a story told to frighten and enthrall children. Yet the burning in his palm spoke truth his mind resisted. "When Harry Potter defeated Voldemort, he broke the Elder Wand's power," McGonagall continued, "but he did not destroy its essence. The wand's fragments were scattered to prevent its reconstitution. Now it seems someone seeks to harness the fractured power of the Death Stick through you, its blood heir." "The hooded figure?" Thaddeus murmured. He couldn't finish the thought, the impossible recognition too disturbing to voice. "We have consulted with the Department of Mysteries," interrupted a new voice, as the office door swung open to admit Hermione Granger Weasley herself, Minister for Magic and legendary heroine of the Second Wizarding War. The ethereal wildfire can only be contained by the reunited fragments of the Elder Wand, wielded by one who shares its creator's blood. Thaddeus felt the weight of destiny settling upon shoulders that had always carried the burden of his family's shadowed reputation. "I want nothing to do with this. My father kept this secret for a reason." "Your reluctance is precisely why it must be you," said Hermione quietly. "Those who desire such power should never wield it." By dawn, Thaddeus found himself at the edge of the forbidden forest, the glowing mark on his palm serving as an unwelcome beacon in the lingering darkness. Beside him stood Rose Granger Weasley, her determined expression so like her mother's, and Orion, a young centaur with russet flanks and solemn eyes who had answered McGonagall's urgent summons. "And the fragments were entrusted to the forest's ancient guardians," Orion explained, his voice resonating with the wisdom of stars his people had observed for millennia. The centaurs, the acromantulas, the thestrals, each protecting a shard without knowing its significance, guided only by a promise made to Harry Potter himself. Why would Potter trust such dangerous artifacts to creatures rather than the Ministry? Thaddeus asked, suspicion edging his voice. Rose's expression hardened. Because Uncle Harry understood that humans are more easily corrupted by power than those who want nothing of human magic. The first shard awaited in a grove where moonlight remained trapped even during daylight, eternally illuminating a circle of silver-barked trees. At its center stood a thestral, unlike any recorded in magical texts. Its skeletal body composed not of flesh and bone, but swirling shadow and starlight. Only Thaddeus, who had witnessed his grandfather's passing, could see the creature clearly. "The fragment of invisibility," Orion intoned, representing the aspect of the Elder Wand that conceals its true power from all but its master. The spectral thestral regarded Thaddeus with eyes like distant galaxies before bowing its head. Embedded in its starlit forehead was a splinter of wood, darker than the surrounding shadows. As Thaddeus reached for it, the burning in his palm intensified, and the thestral dissolved into mist, leaving the fragment floating momentarily before it flew to his hand and adhered to his glowing birthmark. The second fragment lay deep within the ancient Acromantula colony, now ruled by descendants of Aragog, who maintained an uneasy truce with Hogwarts. Their massive queen, Arachnia, suspended the wooden shard in an intricate web woven from silk that gleamed with alchemical symbols. "The fragment of binding," she clicked as they approached her massive form cautiously. "That which compels loyalty from the wand to its worthy wielder." Her multifaceted eyes studied Thaddeus. "We have guarded it against those of your blood who came before, those who sought power rather than responsibility." "Others have come?" Rose asked sharply. "Recently?" The Spider Queen's mandibles clattered. "One who wears your face, young heir, but carries darkness where you hold reluctance. He offered us prey from the castle in exchange for the fragment. We refused." Thaddeus felt ice spreading through his veins. The implications were too terrible to contemplate. The third fragment required them to descend into the centaurs, sacred caverns, where constellations were mapped across living stone and prophecies hung suspended in crystallized time. Here, Firenze, aged but still noble, awaited them beside a pool of water that reflected not their faces, but shifting scenes from across Hogwarts, where the ethereal wildfire continued its inexorable consumption. "The fragment of dominion," Firenze said without preamble. "The aspect that grants the Elder Wand its ability to overpower all others." This shard was larger than the previous two, floating above the scrying pool within a column of light. As Thaddeus approached, the visions in the water shifted to reveal the hooded figure moving purposefully through Hogwarts' seventh floor corridor. The room of requirement. Rose gasped. He's seeking something there. Orion stepped forward, his expression grave. There is something you must know before you claim this final piece. Thaddeus Blackthorn. The stars have spoken of twin seeds from a single bloodline, one to mend and one to break. I have no twin, Thaddeus replied automatically, even as dread pooled in his stomach. Your mother died in childbirth, Firenze said gently, but there were two babes. Your father, fearing an ancient prophecy about the Peveril line, gave the second child to distant relations, a branch of your family that still harbored sympathies for the Dark Lord's cause. The third fragment flew to Thaddeus's palm as the truth crashed through him like a physical blow. The hooded figure with his eyes, a twin he never knew existed, raised by those who would use Peveril blood for vengeance. Their return to Hogwarts was swift and silent, the fragments burning against Thaddeus's palm as they merged into a recognizable form, not yet complete, but undeniably the makings of a wand whose legend had shaped wizarding history. The castle's corridors lay eerily empty, students evacuated to Hogsmeade as the spectral flames claimed more territory with each passing hour. They found the room of requirement transformed into a grotesque shrine. Artifacts salvaged from Death Eaters, estates adorned the walls, and at the center hung a portrait unlike any that should have survived the Battle of Hogwarts. Lord Voldemort himself, rendered in oils that seemed to writhe with malevolence, his painted eyes following their entrance with hungry recognition. Below the portrait stood Thaddeus's mirror image, identical save for eyes that held none of his hesitation and a smile that never reached them. He wore robes of deepest green embroidered with the Peveril coat of arms, and in his hand gleamed the final fragment of the Elder Wand. "Brother," the twin greeted, his voice a chilling echo of Thaddeus's own. "How convenient that you've brought the remaining pieces to me. Our reunion is long overdue." Corvus Blackthorn. The portrait of Voldemort spoke, its voice a dry whisper like scales sliding over parchment. "Finish what we have begun. With the reconstituted Death Stick, we shall harness the ethereal wildfire to burn away the impurities that have weakened wizardkind since Potter's false victory." Rose raised her wand, but Corvus moved with preternatural speed, disarming her with a flick of his hand, wandless magic of frightening potency. "The portrait found me when I was 7, he explained conversationally. Lil, a faithful servant, had preserved a fragment of the Dark Lord's essence in oil and pigment, waiting for one with the proper lineage to continue his work. Thaddeus stared at his twin, understanding dawning. "You released the ethereal wildfire as a catalyst to force me to seek the fragments." "Clever, brother," Corvus smiled. "The fire consumes magic, yes, but once controlled by the completed wand, it can be directed. Imagine it burning away Muggle-born magic while leaving pure bloodlines untouched. A cleansing fire for a new era." The fragments in Thaddeus's palm burned with increasing intensity as they responded to their missing piece. Rose and Orion moved to flank him protectively, but he stepped forward alone, extending his hand toward his twin. "We share the same blood, Corvus, the same lineage. But we are not defined by who came before us." The conviction in his voice surprised even himself. "I never wanted this power, and that's precisely why I won't let you corrupt it." For a heartbeat, uncertainty flickered across Corvus's face, a glimpse of the brother who might have been, had fate not severed their paths. Then his expression hardened, and he lunged forward to seize Thaddeus's outstretched hand, bringing the fragments together in a blinding flash. The completed Elder Wand materialized between their joined hands, neither brother fully possessing it as power surged through the ancient wood. The portrait of Voldemort screamed in triumph, but his cry transformed into rage as the wand began to glow not with darkness but with golden light. "What is this?" Corvus hissed, trying to pull away but finding himself bound to his brother through the wand. "The Elder Wand's true power," Thaddeus replied, understanding flowing through him with the wand's magic. "Not dominion over others, but the strength to stand against death itself, to protect life, not end it." With a sound like 1,000 phoenix songs, the reconstituted wand released a pulse of golden energy that swept through Hogwarts. Where it touched the ethereal wildfire, the spectral flames were not extinguished but transformed, from consuming destruction to nurturing renewal. Throughout the castle, damaged enchantments rekindled, portraits restored themselves, and the very stones seemed to sigh with relief. In the room of requirement, the portrait of Voldemort blackened and curled as the cleansing wave passed through it, reducing the Dark Lord's final echo to ash. Corvus collapsed to his knees, the connection to the wand and his brother revealing years of manipulation and lies that had shaped him into a weapon. "What happens now?" he whispered, suddenly appearing younger and desperately lost. Thaddeus knelt beside his twin, the Elder Wand warm between them, neither fully claiming it, both acknowledging its burden. "Now we choose who we become, brother. Not what others destined us to be." Above them, through windows cleared of spectral fire, the first light of dawn spilled across Hogwarts, gold and silver intertwined, illuminating two brothers joined by blood and fate but freed at last to forge their own legacy from the fragments of the past. Story 2. The Black Lake shuddered beneath a moonless sky, its obsidian surface fracturing into ripples that reached the ancient shores of Hogwarts like harbingers of a forgotten doom. Deep below, where sunlight had never penetrated, and the weight of fathoms pressed against the castle's foundations, something ancient stirred from slumber. Stone groaned against stone as passageways sealed for a millennium cracked open, releasing stale air that bubbled to the surface in eerie phosphorescent plumes. The mer people, sensing the disturbance, retreated to the furthest depths of their underwater domain, their haunting songs transformed into warnings that echoed through the watery dark. "Beware the chambers below. The betrayer stirs." Within her tower chambers, Professor Elara Winterstone jolted awake, her fingers instinctively clutching the moonstone pendant at her throat. The walls around her whispered in voices only she could hear, a symphony of ancient granite and weathered limestone recounting disturbances in the deepest foundations of Hogwarts. Born with the rare gift of lithomancy, the ability to communicate with stone, Elara had found herself appointed as the youngest Defense Against the Dark Arts professor in a century. Her talent deemed essential in an age where magical threats increasingly emerged from forgotten places rather than dark wizards. "What troubles you?" she murmured, placing her palm against the cool stone wall. The castle's response came not in words, but impressions, fractures spreading beneath the lake, passages unsealing, and a palpable sense of dread emanating from depths untouched since the founder's time. By morning, the whispers among students confirmed her fears. 2 Ravenclaw fourth years had vanished from their dormitory, leaving behind only a hastily scrawled note: "The walls are calling us to the water's edge." 3 days later, a Hufflepuff prefect disappeared during his rounds near the dungeons, his wand found abandoned beside a section of wall that, according to all historical records of Hogwarts, should have been solid stone, but now revealed a narrow staircase spiraling downward into darkness. Headmistress McGonagall's summons arrived with the dawn, carried by a phoenix feather that materialized in blue flame above Ilara's desk. In the circular office where generations of headmasters had guided the school through countless crises, McGonagall stood beside a tall figure whose platinum hair and aristocratic bearing betrayed his lineage before he turned. Professor Winterstone." McGonagall nodded, her voice steady, despite the worry etched in the lines around her eyes. "I believe you're acquainted with Aura Malfoy." Scorbus Malfoy turned, his silver eyes, so like his father's and grandfather's before him, appraising Ilara with cool detachment. The scar that bisected his right eyebrow and trailed down his cheek to his jaw had not been there when they had last met as students, nor had the aura of contained power that seemed to bend the light around him. "Winterstone," he acknowledged, with a slight inclination of his head. "I hear you talk to rocks now." Ilara stiffened. And I hear the Ministry still employs Malfoys to clean up messes, despite how often your family creates them." McGonagall cleared her throat sharply. "Enough. 3 students are missing, and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement believes this may be connected to certain artifacts recently recovered from a raid on the last of the Death Eater sympathizers. Artifacts that reference sealed chambers beneath Hogwarts dating back to the Founders." Scorbus withdrew a tarnished silver medallion from his robes, placing it on McGonagall's desk. Engraved upon its surface were 5 interlocking symbols: a lion, eagle, badger, and serpent, surrounding a central motif that seemed to shift between a dragon and a humanoid figure, depending on how the light struck it. "The 5 Founders medallion," he explained, his voice devoid of its earlier sarcasm, long dismissed as a historical fabrication. The prevailing theory was that Salazar Slytherin commissioned these to suggest there had been a 5th Founder who supported his pure blood ideology, thus legitimizing his eventual departure from Hogwarts. "But you no longer believe that theory," Ilara surmised, her fingers hovering above the medallion, reluctant to touch it, yet drawn to the story trapped within its metal. "No," Scorbus confirmed. "We now have reason to believe there was indeed a 5th Founder, one so dangerous that the other 4 united to erase all evidence of their existence, sealing them in chambers beneath the Black Lake, chambers that appear to be opening." By sunset, Ilara and Scorbus stood at the entrance to the newly revealed staircase, the torchlight casting long shadows down steps worn smooth by feet that had last traversed them 10 centuries ago. The walls here felt different to Ilara's touch, older than the rest of Hogwarts, with a dissonant energy that made her fingers tingle unpleasantly. "These stones don't sing with the rest of the castle," she murmured. "They're discordant, like they were placed in opposition to the main structure's magic." Scorbus raised an eyebrow but said nothing, lighting his wand with a non-verbal lumos that revealed the staircase descending far deeper than should have been possible. As they descended, the air grew colder and heavy with the scent of lake water and something else, a metallic tang reminiscent of dragon's breath. The staircase eventually opened into a vast antechamber where the architecture shifted dramatically from Hogwarts' familiar Gothic style to something older and more primal. Massive columns carved with runes Ilara had never encountered supported a ceiling lost in shadow, while the floor featured an intricate mosaic depicting 5 figures standing around a central flame, their faces obscured by stylized masks representing their respective house emblems. "The original council chamber," Scorbus whispered, his voice carrying an uncharacteristic note of awe, "where the Founders made their most important decisions before the Great Hall was completed." A flicker of movement caught Ilara's eye, a figure darting between columns on the chamber's far side. "There," she hissed, raising her wand. They pursued the shadow through a series of increasingly elaborate halls, each bearing evidence of spectacular magic, now faded with age. Self-sustaining whirlwinds trapped in crystal spheres, constellations of enchanted gems embedded in vaulted ceilings, and fountains of what appeared to be liquid magic, frozen mid-flow, like sculptural waterfalls. "This isn't just a dungeon," Ilara realized aloud. "It's a testament, a showcase of magical innovations beyond anything recorded in our histories. Innovations deemed too dangerous to preserve," Scorbus added grimly, gesturing towards scorch marks and deliberate damage evident throughout the chambers. "Someone wanted these experiments buried and forgotten." The passageway abruptly widened into a circular chamber whose dimensions defied the physical constraints of the space they had traversed. Its diameter stretched at least 100 yards, the walls curving upward to form a perfect dome, embedded with thousands of crystals that emanated a soft, pulsating glow. At the center stood a colossal crystalline structure that, with a jolt of recognition, Ilara realized was not a structure at all, but a dragon, perfectly preserved in translucent crystal, its mighty wings outstretched in a posture of defiance, jaws open in a silent roar. And before it, kneeling in attitudes of supplication, were the missing students, their eyes vacant and bodies unnaturally still. "Don't move," came a voice from the shadows, melodic yet edged with steel. "The sentinel awakens with sudden movements, and I've worked too long to have you trigger its defenses prematurely." From behind the crystallized dragon emerged a figure in robes of shimmering silver, a woman whose age was impossible to determine, her features striking a balance between youth and ancient wisdom. Her hair, black as the lake above them, was interwoven with strands of living flame that cast dancing shadows across her face. "Aurelia Dragonfriendus," she introduced herself with a mocking curtsy. "Last descendant of Lyra the Forgotten, the fifth founder your histories so conveniently erased." Scorbus's wand hand twitched, but Ilara laid a restraining touch on his arm. "What have you done to these students?" she demanded. Aurelia smiled, the expression never reaching her eyes. "Merely invited them to witness history's correction. They hear the call because they carry traces of Lyra's bloodline, diluted through the centuries, but still responsive to the summons of stone and scale." With a graceful gesture, she placed her palm against the crystal dragon's flank. Lyra discovered what the others feared, that wizards could bond with dragons on a fundamental level, sharing consciousness and power. She created the Draconic Concordat, a magical covenant that would have elevated wizardkind beyond petty house divisions and blood status obsessions. Her expression hardened. But the others feared such power. They branded her a threat, crystallized her bonded dragon with her still mentally linked to it, and sealed them both here as a warning against overreaching. "And now you plan to release them," Ilara surmised, her mind racing. The stones around them hummed with anticipation, their song growing more dissonant by the moment. "The crystallization spell weakens with each millennium's passing," Aurelia confirmed. "I merely accelerated the process. When the sentinel awakens, Lyra's consciousness, preserved within it, will need vessels to extend her influence beyond these chambers. Her descendants," she gestured to the entranced students, "will serve as her initial anchors to the world above." Scorbus moved with the lightning reflexes that had made his reputation among the auras, his wand slashing through the air in a complex pattern. "Vinculum reverto," he shouted, a web of silvery light erupting from his wand tip and enveloping the entranced students. Simultaneously, Ilara dropped to her knees, pressing both palms against the chamber floor. "Speak to me." she implored the ancient stones. "Show me the truth of what happened here." The chamber's response was immediate and overwhelming. 1,000 years of silent witness flooding her consciousness with images of 5 friends united by a vision, their subsequent bitter division, and finally the heartbreaking betrayal as 4 stood against 1. But beneath these memories lay something deeper. The dragon's anguish as crystallization claimed it, and within that pain, not the righteous fury of a misunderstood visionary, but the cold calculation of a mind that viewed dragons and students alike as mere tools for power. She didn't want partnership with dragons, Ilara gasped, struggling to her feet as the vision released her. She sought to harvest their magic, their very essence. The others stopped her not out of fear or jealousy, but necessity. The chamber trembled as fractures appeared across the crystal dragon's surface. Aurelia's expression contorted with rage as she raised her hands, revealing ancient runes tattooed across her palms. "You understand nothing. Power requires sacrifice, as does protection," Scorbus countered, completing his counterspell. The students collapsed like marionettes with cut strings, but their breathing steadied as awareness slowly returned to their eyes. Ilara stepped forward, her moonstone pendant glowing with accumulated power drawn from the chamber itself. The stones of Hogwarts remember their purpose: to shelter and nurture magic in all its forms, not to dominate or consume. With a deafening crack, the crystal dragon shattered, not into fragments, but into swirling motes of light that coalesced into a spectral form. Where they had expected to see the magnificent beast restored, instead stood a woman of terrible beauty, her eyes reflecting the same cold hunger Ilara had glimpsed in her vision. "And Lyra," Aurelia whispered, dropping to her knees. The apparition regarded her descendant with clinical detachment before turning her gaze to Ilara. "Stone speaker," she acknowledged, her voice resonating with unnatural harmonics. "You hear the truth, others cannot." "I hear that you were imprisoned justly," Ilara replied steadily. "That your ambitions would have destroyed the very magic you sought to elevate." Lyra's spectral form drifted closer. And what will you do with this knowledge? Return to your comfortable ignorance above. Pretend the foundations of your beloved school aren't built upon betrayal and imprisonment." It was Scorbus who answered, stepping forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ilara. "We'll remember. History unchallenged becomes myth, and myths too easily hide truths we should never forget." The ghostly founder's expression flickered between rage and something approaching respect. "Then perhaps Hogwarts has evolved beyond what we envisioned after all." Her form began to dissipate, the motes of light sinking into the chamber floor. "But remember this, stone speaker and son of serpents, power calls to power across the ages. What one generation seals away, another inevitably discovers anew." As her apparition faded entirely, the crystals embedded in the chamber's dome dimmed to a soft glow. Aurelia collapsed unconscious beside the now empty plinth where the dragon had stood, while the students began stirring, their memories of the event already fading into confused fragments. Ilara placed her hand against the wall one final time, feeling the subtle shift as the castle's magic reintegrated these forgotten chambers into its awareness, not sealed away again, but acknowledged as part of its complex history. "What happens now?" she asked quietly. Scorbus gazed around the chamber, his expression uncharacteristically contemplative. "Now, Professor Winterstone, we face the most dangerous magic of all, the truth." Above them, the black lake settled into its customary stillness, its depths once again calm but forever changed, like the school it cradled in its embrace. A repository of wonders and warnings entwined in foundations laid by imperfect hands, reaching toward a more perfect understanding of magic's greatest mystery. Not power, but balance. Story 3. The ancient stones of Hogwarts whispered with anticipation as banners of crimson, emerald, sapphire, and gold unfurled from towering spires, celebrating the school's 1000th year of magical education. In the Great Hall, enchanted constellations danced across the ceiling in formations not seen since the founders themselves raised their wands in unison a millennium ago. Yet amid the jubilation, something impossible appeared overnight. The Mirror of Erist stood resplendent in the center of the hall, its ornate golden frame gleaming as if freshly crafted. Not an artifact hidden away for decades after Harry Potter himself had encountered its dangerous allure. "Desire is merely truth reflected," read the inscription, though the words seemed subtly altered from what legend had recorded. Professors stood guard, keeping students at bay, yet their expressions betrayed unease rather than wonder. For though the mirror had arrived without explanation, more troubling still were the whispers of students and professors alike who had looked upon its surface only to vanish the next day, returning hours later with vacant eyes and mechanical smiles. Lysander Scamander traced his fingers over the faded leather of Albus Dumbledore's secret journal, his office illuminated only by the ethereal glow of bioluminescent creatures floating in glass orbs, souvenirs from expeditions that had earned him his position as Hogwarts' youngest ever professor of Magizoology. Unlike his famous grandfather, Newt, whose penchant for creatures had often landed him in trouble, Lysander's fascination extended to magical artifacts and their connection to the natural world. His silvery eyes, peculiar even by wizarding standards, reflected the constellation-like patterns of his thoughts as they coalesced around the puzzle of the mirror. "It's not supposed to be here," he murmured, turning a weathered page covered in Dumbledore's elegant script. The mirror was sealed in the Department of Mysteries after the Second Wizarding War, classified as a transcendental artifact of the highest danger category. A sharp knock interrupted his contemplation. The door swung open to reveal Cassiopeia Weasley, her wild auburn hair crackling with what appeared to be actual sparks of magic, a trait that had manifested since her first day at Hogwarts just 3 months prior. Despite being only 11, her diminutive frame carried the confidence of one born to privilege within the wizarding world's most celebrated family. "Professor Scamander," she announced without preamble, "the air around the mirror is wrong." "I can see it." Lysander straightened, his interest piqued. Cassiopeia's unusual ability to visualize magical currents had been documented since her sorting, when the sorting hat had levitated 3 feet above her head rather than settling upon it. "Wrong how, Miss Weasley? It's like inverted threads. Magic always flows in spirals, you know, clockwise for creation, counterclockwise for transformation. But the mirror's magic runs both ways simultaneously. It's impossible." Her freckled nose wrinkled. "And it smells like thunderstorms and something burnt." Lysander closed the journal with a decisive snap. "Show me." As they navigated the ancient corridors, portraits whispered as they passed. One in particular, a severe-looking man with curtains of black hair framing a sallow face, called out sharply from his frame, "Scamander!" A word. Lysander paused before the portrait of Severus Snape, former headmaster and perhaps the most complex figure in recent wizarding history. Unlike most portraits that merely echoed their subjects' personalities, Snape's was renowned for its acerbic authenticity and, more curiously, knowledge that seemed to extend beyond what the living Snape could have possessed. "The mirror isn't what it appears," Snape stated, dark eyes glinting. "Dumbledore confided in me about its true nature before his death. It doesn't merely show desires. It reveals alternate realities where those desires manifested." He leaned forward within his frame, and during magical convergences, such as a millennial anniversary. It could become a portal, Lysander finished, the implications sending a chill down his spine. Snape's portrait nodded curtly. Precisely. Though typically harmless, the mirror becomes dangerous when exposed to temporal instabilities. The last recorded incident was during the Triwizard Tournament of 1994. The night Cedric Diggory died and Voldemort returned, Cassiopeia whispered, her prodigious knowledge of history evident. Indeed. Now, with the Millennium celebrations thinning the barriers between realities... Snape's voice trailed off, his painted eyes darting to the shadows as if fearing eavesdroppers. We need to examine the mirror immediately, Lysander decided, gesturing for Cassiopeia to continue leading the way. They arrived at the Great Hall to find it eerily deserted, unusual for mid-afternoon. The massive doors stood ajar, emitting a pulsating silver light that cast no shadows. Inside, the mirror dominated the space, having grown to twice its original size. Its surface rippled like quicksilver, no longer reflecting the hall but showing glimpses of a Hogwarts draped in banners of emerald and silver, where statues of serpents replaced the familiar guardians. A world where Slytherin reigns supreme, Lysander murmured, approaching cautiously. Where Voldemort's ideology triumphed, Cassiopeia gasped suddenly, pointing to the ceiling. The enchanted sky, normally reflecting the world outside, now showed an astronomical impossibility, a lunar eclipse that wasn't due for months. Professor, the convergence is happening now. As if responding to her words, the mirror's surface bulged outward, forming a hand that pressed against an invisible barrier between worlds. Behind it, a face appeared, familiar yet wrong. The lightning bolt scar remained, but the eyes behind round spectacles burned with cold calculation rather than compassion. This Harry Potter wore robes of deepest green, trimmed with silver, a locket bearing Slytherin's mark hanging prominently around his neck. The boy who conquered, Lysander breathed, recalling Dumbledore's writings about potential divergent timelines. A Harry Potter who embraced the Horcrux within him, who joined Voldemort rather than defeating him. The alternate Harry's lips moved, his words somehow audible despite the barrier. After decades searching, I've found the perfect world to cleanse and remake, one where my weaker self allowed sentimentality to prevail over power. His gaze fixed on Cassiopeia. He beginning with the bloodlines that enabled his victory. The mirror's surface rippled violently as more faces appeared behind the dark Harry, twisted versions of familiar heroes. Ron Weasley with cruel eyes and a Death Eater's mark visible on his exposed forearm. Hermione Granger, her brilliant mind evident in her calculating stare but devoid of compassion. Luna Lovegood, her dreamy expression replaced with cold pragmatism. And the disappeared students, Lysander realized aloud, they're being replaced by counterparts from that reality, preparing for invasion. Cassiopeia stepped forward, her young face set with determination beyond her years. They're using the lunar eclipse to create a temporal bridge. But magical bridges can be collapsed. From within her robes, she withdrew a small, leather-bound notebook, its pages filled with complex arithmetic equations in handwriting too mature to be her own. My mother's research on magical convergences, she explained, noting Lysander's surprise. Hermione Granger Weasley didn't become Minister of Magic by leaving things to chance. As the alternate Harry pushed harder against the barrier, cracks of light appeared around the mirror's frame. Lysander consulted Dumbledore's journal frantically, searching for a countermeasure. The mirror shows desire, the opposite of reality. To defeat it, we need reality itself, came Snape's voice, his portrait having somehow transported to a small frame normally occupied by a pastoral landscape. Pure, unfiltered truth, the antithesis of desire and illusion. Lysander's gaze fell upon the sorting hat, brought to the great hall for the Millennium celebrations, and now sitting forgotten on a side table. Well, the hat sees the truth in everyone it touches, the essence of who they truly are, not who they wish to be. With a decisive motion, he snatched up the ancient artifact and approached the mirror. The alternate Harry's expression contorted with sudden alarm. "Stop them!" he commanded, and the transformed students who had been hiding in the shadows emerged, wands drawn. "Now, Cassiopeia!" Lysander called. The young girl raised her wand, channeling her unique perception of magical currents. "Veritas Revelio Maxima," she cried, a spell of her own creation. Magic erupted from her wand in visible waves of gold and silver, illuminating the true nature of the enchanted students. Hollow vessels temporarily housing fragments of consciousness from the alternate reality. Simultaneously, Lysander thrust the sorting hat against the mirror's surface. "And I call upon the ancient magic of the Founders," he intoned. "Reveal truth, banish falsehood, restore the barrier between what is and what might have been." The hat, imbued with the combined wisdom and magic of Hogwarts' creators, began to glow with blinding intensity. Where it touched the mirror, cracks spread across the silvered surface, not of breaking glass, but of fracturing magic. The alternate Harry howled in fury, pounding against the weakening barrier with increasing desperation. "You don't understand," he shouted, his voice distorting. "Your world is weak, vulnerable. The dark forces gathering beyond your borders will consume you without the strength we possess." "Strength without love is merely power," Lysander countered, recalling Dumbledore's most essential teaching. "And power without wisdom destroys itself." The mirror's surface suddenly stilled, then inverted. Instead of showing the alternate reality, it reflected the true Great Hall, with Lysander and Cassiopeia standing defiant. The alternate Harry screamed in frustration as he was pulled backward by invisible forces, the connection between worlds severing. As the eclipse overhead reached totality, the mirror shattered, not into dangerous shards, but into motes of light that swirled like a galaxy in miniature before dissipating. Throughout the castle, the enchanted students collapsed, then awakened moments later, restored to themselves with only vague memories of disturbing dreams. In the sudden silence, Cassiopeia approached the empty golden frame that once held the mirror. "It's not destroyed," she observed, her ability to see magic revealing faint traces still clinging to the ornate metal. "Just dormant, waiting for another convergence." Lysander nodded solemnly, tucking Dumbledore's journal safely away. "Some doors between worlds should remain closed, yet never forgotten. The mirror shows us not only what we desire, but what we might become without the wisdom to recognize the difference." As professors and students began flooding back into the Great Hall, drawn by the commotion, Snape's portrait caught Lysander's eye one final time. The painted lips curved in the barest suggestion of approval before he turned and walked out of his frame, disappearing to some other corner of the castle where secrets still waited to be uncovered. Above them, the enchanted ceiling shifted as the eclipse ended, stars emerging once more in their proper places, 1,000 points of light, marking 1,000 years of magic preserved, not through power, but through the enduring courage to face the truth, however harsh it might appear in the mirror of one's own heart. Story 4. Dawn broke over Hogsmeade, not with its usual golden warmth, but with a shimmering azure glow that cast otherworldly shadows across the ancient village. Where yesterday rolling hills had stretched toward the northern horizon, today a vast forest stood impossibly, defiantly, its trees rising like colossal spires of pure crystal, their translucent branches reaching skyward like frozen lightning. The forest hummed with an ancient magic that vibrated through the earth, causing window panes to sing and doorknobs to turn of their own accord. Children pressed their faces to glass, entranced by the spectacle, while their parents drew wands with trembling hands, casting protective charms that fizzled and sparked ineffectually at their tips. In his quarters at Hogwarts, Professor Orion Blackwood jolted awake, a searing pain radiating from the iridescent scar that twisted like a vine around his right forearm. The mark, a parting gift from a particularly vindictive venomous tentacula during his apprenticeship, pulsed with an inner light it had never shown before. Throwing open his window, Orion's breath caught in his throat at the sight of the crystalline forest dominating the northern landscape, its presence both magnificent and terrible. "Avalon's Grove," he whispered, the words slipping unbidden from his lips, though he had never uttered them before. The name echoed in his mind with the weight of ancient memory, as if spoken by a voice not entirely his own. As the youngest herbology professor in Hogwarts history, Orion had encountered his share of magical flora, but nothing in his extensive studies had prepared him for this. Yet somehow, he recognized the forest as one might recognize a face from a half-remembered dream. By midday, chaos had descended upon Hogwarts. In the Great Hall, students gasped as their spells went awry, simple levitation charms sending objects hurling through windows, transfiguration attempts resulting in bizarre hybrid creations that scurried under tables. Outside on the grounds, gamekeeper Hagrid's grandson struggled to contain a parliament of owls that had tripled in size, their wingspans now matching those of hippogriffs, their hoots reverberating like thunder. And Professor Blackwood, Headmistress McGonagall's voice cut through the pandemonium. Despite her advanced years, Minerva McGonagall remained a formidable presence, though today worry lined her face like never before. "The Ministry is sending auras, but I fear they won't arrive in time. Whatever this forest is, its magic is spreading. The protective enchantments around Hogwarts are failing." Orion nodded grimly, the scar on his arm burning beneath his robes. "It's the Forest of Avalon, or at least a manifestation of it. The original wellspring of British magic, lost to time after Merlin sealed it away to prevent its power from being corrupted. I don't know how it's returned, but I believe I can approach it safely." McGonagall's eyebrows arched. "Well, then how would you know such a thing, Professor?" Before Orion could formulate a response, a crisp voice interjected from behind them. "Because he bears the mark of Nimue, headmistress, the Lady of the Lake's blessing." They turned to find a woman with raven hair and piercing amber eyes, regarding them with barely concealed excitement. She wore the press credentials of the Daily Prophet around her neck, a self-writing quill hovering expectantly beside her. "Lyra Ravensong," she introduced herself with a slight bow. "Special correspondent. I've been researching ancient magical phenomena for years, and this," she gestured toward the window, "is the story of a lifetime." McGonagall bristled. "This is hardly the time for journalistic opportunism, Mrs. Ravensong." "On the contrary," Lyra countered, "my research might prove invaluable, and Professor Blackwood will need guides who understand what we're facing." She turned to Orion, her gaze falling deliberately to his concealed arm. "The scar burns, doesn't it? Calling you toward the grove." Orion stared at her in astonishment. "How could you possibly—" "Professor Blackwood is not going anywhere near that forest," McGonagall declared. "We'll wait for the Ministry's experts to—" A deafening crack interrupted her as a massive crystal shard erupted from the ground in the middle of the Great Hall, sending students screaming in all directions. The crystal pulsed with blinding light, then shattered, revealing a small figure with large, bat-like ears and ancient eyes filled with wisdom far beyond his diminutive stature. "Waiting brings only doom," the house elf announced in a voice far deeper and more resonant than any of his kind should possess. Nixby served the founders themselves, preserved through the centuries by old magic. Nixby knows what comes if the crystal grove is not contained. The elf's gaze fixed on Orion. The bearer of Nimue's mark must journey to the heart of Avalon. But beware, those who await you there seek to reclaim what was never truly theirs. As the crystal shards dissolved into mist around them, Orion found himself nodding. The pain in his arm had transformed into a song, an irresistible melody pulling him northward. "I'll go," he said simply. "The forest is calling me, and I suspect it won't stop until I answer." "Then I'm coming with you," Lyra insisted, her quill now tucked away, her expression hardened with determination. "My knowledge may be your only hope of understanding what you face." "As will Nixby," the house elf declared, bowing deeply. The old magic remembers Nixby, and Nixby remembers the old ways. And so, as afternoon shadows lengthened across the grounds of Hogwarts, the unlikely trio set forth toward the gleaming forest. With each step they took, the world around them seemed to shift and change. Grass crystallized beneath their feet, then reverted to its natural state moments after they passed. Birds circling overhead transformed into creatures of myth, phoenixes and thunderbirds, before returning to their original forms in confused spirals. As they crossed the boundary between Hogwarts grounds and the outskirts of Hogsmeade, Lyra spoke quietly to Orion. "Your scar, it absorbs the essence of plants you touch, doesn't it? Stores their properties within you." Orion glanced at her sharply. "How could you possibly know that?" A smile played at the corners of her mouth. "Because Morgana had the same gift, and I am her last living descendant." Before Orion could process this revelation, they reached the edge of the crystal forest. Up close, the trees towered hundreds of feet overhead, their trunks as wide as ancient redwoods but perfectly transparent, refracting light in hypnotic patterns. Within the crystalline structures, they could see what appeared to be frozen moments in time, magical creatures, wizards in ancient garb, battles and celebrations from an age-long past. "Memories," Nixby whispered reverently. "The forest remembers all that was and might have been." As they ventured deeper among the crystal giants, the air grew thick with magic, making it difficult to breathe. Orion's scar now glowed so brightly it illuminated their path, while Lyra had drawn her wand, its tip sparking with uncontrolled energy. Nixby moved with surprising grace, occasionally touching the crystal trunks and murmuring in a language that predated human speech. After what seemed like hours, they emerged into a vast clearing where 7 colossal crystal trees formed a perfect circle around a pool of liquid light. Beside the pool stood 7 figures in robes of shimmering silver, their faces ageless and terrible in their beauty, their eyes reflecting centuries of patient waiting. "Welcome home, Catalyst," spoke the tallest among them, his voice resonating through the crystal forest like the toll of a massive bell. "We have awaited your return since Merlin betrayed our purpose and sealed Avalon away from those who needed it most." Orion stepped forward, his scar pulling him toward the pool of light. "Who are you?" "We are the custodians of the first magic," the figure replied. "The council that guided British wizardry before it was diluted and weakened by the influx of mundane blood. For a millennium, we have waited in the timeless realm between worlds for one who could bear Nimue's mark and return Avalon to the world." "Your druids," Lyra breathed, her reporter's facade dropping away to reveal naked awe. "The original 7 who taught Merlin himself." Indeed, daughter of Morgana, another druid acknowledged with a nod. Your ancestress understood our purpose, though she failed in her attempt to preserve the purity of magic. Nixby stepped forward, his diminutive form somehow commanding in the presence of these ancient beings. You speak of purity, but seek dominion. The founders rejected your vision for good reason. The lead druid's expression hardened. The founders were children playing with forces beyond their comprehension. Now, with the catalyst's arrival, we shall restore the true order. The crystal forest will spread across Britain, transforming all magic to its original, untainted state. Those with diluted blood will find their magic stripped away, leaving only the worthy to inherit the new age of Avalon. Horror dawned on Orion as understanding broke through the enchantment that had drawn him here. The Muggle-borns, you mean to strip magic from everyone, not of pure wizard ancestry. Not strip, purify, corrected the druid. And you, Catalyst, shall be the instrument of this cleansing. Your scar was no accident, but our design across generations. Through it, you shall channel Avalon's essence and remake the world as it was always meant to be. The pool of light began to churn and rise, tendrils of pure, magical energy reaching toward Orion's glowing scar. He stumbled backward, but invisible forces held him in place as the light approached his arm. "No!" Lyra shouted, rushing forward. With a swift motion, she drew a hidden dagger from her robes, a blade of ancient silver inscribed with runes that spiraled in patterns matching those on Orion's scar. Morgana didn't fail. She sacrificed everything to create this. Before any could stop her, Lyra plunged the dagger into the pool of light. A shockwave of energy exploded outward, sending the druids reeling. The crystal trees groaned and shuddered as cracks spiderwebbed across their perfect surfaces. "What have you done?" roared the lead druid, his ageless face contorting with fury. "Balance the scales," Lyra replied, her amber eyes now glowing with the same light as the pool. Morgana's blood calls to Avalon's heart, just as strongly as Nimue's mark. "You sought to use one half of the equation. I've provided the other." Nixby began chanting in the ancient tongue, his magic joining with Lyra's as the pool of light transformed, its color shifting from blinding white to a harmonious blend of all colors imaginable. "Now, Professor," Nixby called to Orion, "place your marked arm in the pool, not as their catalyst, but as your own master. Choose what Avalon shall become in this new age." Understanding flowed through Orion like sap through a mighty oak. He thrust his scarred arm into the transformed pool, and knowledge flooded his consciousness. The true history of magic, the balance that had been lost, the harmony that could be restored not through purification, but through unity. "And Avalon shall return," he declared, his voice carrying the weight of both Nimue and Morgana's legacies. "But as a gift to all who bear magic, regardless of their birth, the old and new shall coexist as they were always meant to." The crystal forest shimmered, then began to transform. Rather than spreading outward in conquest, the trees took root more deeply, their transparency giving way to a luminous opalescence. The frozen memories within them stirred to life, flowing like liquid through the branches and returning to the pool at Orion's feet. The druids' forms wavered as their millennia of existence caught up with them in an instant. "You doom us all to mediocrity," the lead druid whispered as his body began to crystallize. "To magic will never reach its full potential while diluted by mundane blood." "On the contrary," Orion replied, watching as the last of the druids transformed into crystal statues. "Magic reaches its full potential precisely because it evolves and adapts. Stagnation is the true death of wonder." As the forest settled into its new form, still magical, still powerful, but in harmony with the world around it rather than dominating it, Orion, Lyra and Nixby stood at the edge of the pool, watching as its light dimmed to a gentle glow. "The forest of eternal crystal," Lyra murmured, her reporter's quill once more floating beside her. "A new chapter in magical history begins today." Nixby nodded sagely. "And a better one than what might have been." Orion looked down at his arm, where the scar had transformed into an intricate pattern of silver and gold, no longer painful but warm with potential. Like the forest itself, it had become not a tool of destruction, but a bridge between past and future. A reminder that true magic flourishes not through purity, but through the endless wonder of change. Story 5. The 13th chime of midnight echoed across the moonlit grounds of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a sound that should have been impossible. For centuries, the great clock tower had faithfully marked time with its 12 sonorous bells, never once deviating from its ancient rhythm until now. The 13th toll hung in the air like a curse, vibrating through stone and spell, causing portraits to shudder in their frames and ghosts to pause mid-glide. In the Gryffindor dormitory, a third-year student named Ellis Finnegan awoke with a start, a strange tingling sensation crawling across his skin. Outside his window, impossibly, he saw himself walking across the grounds, except the doppelganger was clearly years older, wearing the robes of an aura and moving with urgent purpose toward the clock tower. Callista Lupin stood before the massive bronze doors of the Department of Mysteries, her metamorph magus abilities betraying her anxiety as her hair shifted from teal to a deep and worried purple. At 32, she had become the youngest head unspeakable in a century, specializing in temporal anomalies, a field that had grown increasingly theoretical since the destruction of all time-turners decades ago, or so they had believed. "You've been summoned to Hogwarts immediately," said Minister Goldstein, his usually composed face etched with concern. "The headmistress reports temporal fractures appearing throughout the castle. Students encountering themselves from different time streams, impossible knowledge of future events, the clock tower chiming 13. Callista's breath caught. 13 is the temporal breaking point," she whispered. "Indeed," the minister replied, sliding a sealed parchment across his desk. "And there's worse. This morning, Neville Longbottom's grave was found desecrated. His body is missing." 3 hours later, Callista strode through the gates of Hogwarts, the castle's familiar silhouette both comforting and ominous against the gathering dusk. The clock tower loomed above all, its face glowing with an unnatural blue light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Students were being kept in their common rooms while faculty conducted sweeps of the corridors. As Callista approached the castle, a tall, gaunt figure emerged from the shadows, Albus Severus Potter, his father's green eyes now hollow and haunted in a face lined before its time. "I've been expecting you, Lupin," he said, voice raspy as though rarely used, "for exactly 4 years, 3 months, and 16 days. Callista stopped short. "What did you say?" Albus's thin lips curved in a bitter smile. "I've been having visions since the first anomalous chime, glimpses of what's to come, what might come, what has already come in some twisted branch of reality." He gestured impatiently toward the clock tower. "We don't have much time. The fractures are spreading. This morning I found a first-year Hufflepuff conversing with her elderly self in the greenhouses. The older version warned of the midnight resurrection." As they hurried across the courtyard, Callista noticed a student watching them intently from an archway, a girl of perhaps 16, with piercing silver eyes and white blonde hair streaked with black, wearing Ravenclaw robes that seemed oddly archaic in their cut. "Who's that?" Callista asked. Albus followed her gaze, his expression darkening. "Persephone Blackthorn. Transfer student who arrived 3 days before the first anomaly," Claims to be from Beaubaton, but her accent slips sometimes. Headmistress Patil can find no record of her existence before she appeared at our gates. The girl melted back into the shadows as they approached the base of the clock tower. The massive door was sealed with enchantments that glowed an angry red against the ancient wood. In the tower sealed itself 2 days ago, Albus explained, withdrawing his wand. Not even the headmistress could break through. Callista placed her palm against the door, feeling the magic pulse beneath her fingers. "These aren't defensive wards," she murmured. "They're containing something." She reached into her robes and withdrew a small silver key engraved with the symbol of the Department of Mysteries. "Don't stand back." The key transformed in her hand, elongating into a thin silver wand that hummed with arcane energy. Callista drew a complex pattern in the air, golden light trailing from the wand's tip. The red enchantments flickered, then parted like a curtain, revealing the ancient door beneath. "How did you—" Albus began. "Unspeakable secrets," Callista cut him off, pushing the door open. "In some things even your visions can't reveal, Potter." Inside, the tower's vast mechanism filled the chamber with its methodical clicking and whirring, massive gears interlocking in a dance of brass and iron. But something was wrong. At the heart of the clockwork, where the central pendulum should have swung in its eternal arc, a swirling vortex of golden sand hung suspended, twisting like a miniature galaxy. "Time-turner sand," Callista breathed. "But how? They were all destroyed." "Not all," came a voice from behind them. Persephone Blackthorn stood in the doorway, her silver eyes reflecting the golden light of the vortex. "My grandfather salvaged the last grains from the Department of Mysteries during the confusion of the Battle of Hogwarts. He spent decades gathering more from temporal anomalies across Europe, waiting for the perfect moment, the millennial convergence of Hogwarts' founding. Before either could react, Persephone flicked her wand. Invisible bonds seized Callista and Albus, forcing them to their knees. The girl approached, her Ravenclaw robes shimmering and transforming into elegant black and silver garments, adorned with the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. "Ah, you're not a student," Albus growled. "You're—" "Persephone Grindelwald," she finished, a cruel smile playing at her lips. "Great-granddaughter of Gellert Grindelwald and Aurelius Dumbledore, though history has conveniently forgotten their brief union." She gestured toward the spiral staircase, winding up the tower's interior, "And I believe you'll find my work upstairs most illuminating." Forced up the stairs by invisible hands, Callista and Albus emerged into the chamber directly behind the clock face. The blue light was blinding here, emanating from a complex runic circle etched into the floor. Within the circle stood 12 figures, motionless as statues, their forms semi-transparent, as though not fully present in reality. With horror, Callista recognized them. Neville Longbottom, Fred Weasley, Remus and Tonks Lupin, Sirius Black, Albus Dumbledore, Severus Snape, Cedric Diggory, and others who had fallen during Voldemort's rise and defeat. But these weren't ghosts. They were solid, their eyes open but vacant, bodies unmarked by the injuries that had claimed them. "Odie, what have you done?" Callista whispered, her eyes lingering on the forms of her grandparents, whom she had never known. "A masterpiece of temporal necromancy," Persephone replied, circling the runic diagram. "These are not the actual dead, but versions pulled from alternate time streams where they survived, only to be killed again by my spell. Their bodies contain the knowledge of every decision point that led to Voldemort's defeat." She checked a peculiar watch on her wrist. "And in precisely 7 minutes, when the clock tower strikes 13 for the 13th time, I will send them back to key moments in history where they will alter the timeline to ensure the triumph of the Deathly Hallows over death itself." Albus strained against his invisible bonds. "You're insane." You'll collapse all reality. I'll perfect it, Persephone countered. A world where death is conquered, where the worthy rule eternally, where magic reigns supreme over mundane existence. As she spoke, the figures in the circle began to glow brighter, the floor beneath them cracking as temporal energy surged. Above, the massive clock hands approached midnight. Callista closed her eyes, focusing her metamorph magus abilities inward rather than outward for perhaps the first time in her life. If time itself was fractured, perhaps the rules that governed magic were similarly weakened. She imagined her body dissolving into temporal particles, existing simultaneously across seconds rather than space. The invisible bonds shuddered, then shattered as Callista briefly existed a moment before they had been cast. She lunged forward, her silver wand extended, and drove it into the heart of the runic circle. "Tempus reparo," she shouted, a spell of her own creation, developed in the quiet halls of the Department of Mysteries for a crisis she had always feared would come. The blue light wavered, then exploded outward, the clock face above shattered, raining crystalline shards that froze in midair, suspended in the moment between existence and non-existence. Persephone screamed, lunging toward the circle, but Albus, now freed from his bonds, intercepted her with a powerful shield charm. "The sand!" Callista shouted to him. "We need to contain it before the fractures spread beyond repair." Understanding flashed in Albus's eyes. From within his robes, he produced a small vial of silvery liquid, Felix Felicis, liquid luck, the potion master's ultimate creation. Without hesitation, he downed it, then aimed his wand at the swirling vortex of time-turner sand, visible through the floor grating. "Tempus claustra," he intoned, his voice resonating with impossible certainty as the Felix Felicis guided his magic. The golden sand contracted violently, then imploded with a sound like 1,000 hourglasses shattering at once. The spectral figures in the runic circle wavered, then dissolved into motes of light that spiraled upward through the broken clock face and dispersed across the night sky like newborn stars finding their constellations. Persephone fell to her knees, her carefully constructed plan disintegrating before her eyes. "You don't understand," she whispered, suddenly looking very young and lost. "I just wanted to meet them, my family, to create a world where we weren't all broken by history's cruelty." Callista knelt beside the defeated girl, seeing in her the same longing she had often felt. To know those taken by time and war, to undo the hurts of the past. "Adup, we honor the dead by living," she said quietly, "not by unmaking the world they died to save." As the last fragments of temporal energy dissipated, the clock tower chimed midnight. 12 solemn, ordinary bells that rang out across Hogwarts with the comforting certainty of time restored to its proper flow. Outside, students who had experienced temporal duplications found themselves whole again, memories of impossible encounters already fading like morning dreams. In the Gryffindor dormitory, young Ellis Finnegan gazed out his window at the clock tower, its face dark now, its purpose restored. For a moment, he thought he saw figures flying across the moonlit sky, heroes of old, returning to their rest, their legends secure in the timeline they had sacrificed everything to preserve. Ellis smiled, not understanding why tears slid down his cheeks or why his heart felt suddenly full of purpose. Tomorrow, he decided, he would ask Professor Potter about careers in the Department of Mysteries. Something about time and its mysteries called to him, though he couldn't quite say why. In the shattered chamber of the clock tower, Callista Lupin looked up at the stars wheeling overhead through the broken face. And for a moment, just a moment, she thought she saw her grandfather wink at her before fading into the eternal clockwork of the universe. Story 6. The winter solstice sky above Hogwarts Castle fractured into 1,000 blazing fissures as stars began to fall. Not the gentle, streaking meteors that muggles might witness on a clear night, but actual fragments of celestial light that descended like luminous snowflakes, each pulsing with ancient magic that made the very air crackle and hum. Students and professors alike stood transfixed in the castle's courtyard, their upturned faces bathed in otherworldly radiance as the impossible rain of stars continued. Only Cassiopeia Moonshadow remained apart from the gathering crowd, her slender fingers trembling as she traced the familiar patterns in the fragmenting sky. The 17-year-old witch had transferred from Beauxbatons only months ago, but tonight, watching the heavens disintegrate above her new school, she felt the weight of generations upon her shoulders. The Moonshadow family had long been keepers of celestial secrets, their grimoires filled with star charts of constellations no other astronomers had mapped. Constellations that, if her grandmother's whispered warnings were true, should never be allowed to form again. "It's beginning," she murmured in her faint French accent, clutching the silver amulet at her throat, a crescent moon embracing a single star. The winter air carried her words away, but not before Professor Erebus Nightshade, standing in the shadows of an ancient archway, caught them with a slight tilt of his head. The defense against the dark arts professor moved like twilight itself, fluid and barely perceptible, until he stood beside her. At 35, his features remained unmarred by age, save for the silver streaks in his raven hair and the ancient knowledge that dwelled in eyes too old for his face. "You recognize the patterns, don't you, Miss Moonshadow?" His voice was low, melodic, yet edged with something sharp. "Only few would see anything beyond a spectacular astronomical event." Cassiopeia's violet eyes met his obsidian ones. "The celestial grimoire is breaking its bonds," she replied, choosing her words carefully. "The pages are returning to the world." The first star struck the astronomy tower with a sound like a crystal bell, dissolving into shimmering dust that reformed into a single parchment page covered in silvery script. Across the grounds, more stars landed, on the Quidditch pitch near the Black Lake, deep within the Forbidden Forest, each transforming into another page of the legendary book. By morning, whispers of the strange parchments found throughout the castle grounds had spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. A third-year Hufflepuff had discovered one floating in the greenhouse and, upon reading a single line, had transfigured all the mandrakes into singing crystal statues. A Slytherin prefect had found another near the dungeons, and the suits of armor on that floor now moved only backward. The magic contained in those fragments was unpredictable, powerful, and growing more unstable by the hour. Headmistress McGonagall's voice echoed through the corridors. "All students are forbidden from touching any unusual parchments. Report sightings immediately to your heads of houses." But Cassiopeia knew such warnings would prove futile against curiosity. She slipped away from her Ravenclaw dormmates during breakfast and made her way to the secluded corner of the library where Professor Nightshade waited, a single page of the grimoire floating above his outstretched palm, its edges glowing with a blue-white light. "My family has protected the secret of the celestial black for 17 generations," she said without preamble. "But all they passed to me were fragments, warnings, prophecies, and star charts." Erebus nodded, his expression unreadable. "The Celestial Black was once a wizard of unparalleled power who sought to harness the magic of the stars themselves. The constellations we see today are but shadows of what once existed. He consumed entire star patterns to fuel his magic, nearly unraveling the fabric of our world." "The grimoire contains his knowledge," Cassiopeia whispered. "If reassembled, it would allow someone to walk his path," Erebus finished, "or perhaps to complete what he began." Around them, the library's ancient tomes seemed to lean inward, as if listening. The single page between them pulsed with a rhythm reminiscent of a heartbeat. "We must find the pages before others discover their true potential," Cassiopeia said, drawing her wand, rowan wood with a core of star crystal, unusually responsive to astronomical magic. Erebus's expression softened momentarily. "I've spent centuries ensuring that never happens." "Centuries?" Cassiopeia's brow furrowed. But you're far older than I appear," he said simply. "I am the guardian appointed after the celestial black was defeated. Time moves differently for those touched by star magic." Together they developed a plan. The scattered pages would call to one another when in proximity, seeking to reassemble. By collecting one, they could use it to locate others. For 2 weeks, they worked in secret, Cassiopeia attending classes by day, hunting grimoire pages with Erebus by night. With each page they recovered, Cassiopeia felt a strange resonance growing within her, as if the words were awakening something dormant in her blood. They retrieved a page from the hollow of the Whomping Willow, another from the depths of the Black Lake, with the reluctant assistance of the merpeople. A particularly troublesome fragment had embedded itself in the mechanism of the great clock tower, causing time to flow backward in sporadic bursts throughout the castle. The magic they encountered grew more volatile with each recovery. One page, found in the Room of Requirement, contained constellations that moved across the parchment like living things, forming and reforming into patterns that made Cassiopeia's eyes water and her mind bend. Another, discovered in the Forbidden Forest, was guarded by centaurs who warned Erebus with unmistakable gravity. "The stars remember who awakened her. They have not forgiven." It was during the recovery of the 17th page, hidden within the crystallized heart of a sleeping dragon in a forgotten chamber beneath the dungeons, that the truth began to unravel. As Cassiopeia's fingers closed around the parchment, ancient symbols blazed across her skin like luminous veins, matching the patterns on the page. "The grimoire recognizes you," Erebus said, his voice heavy with realization. "Not as its hunter, but as its creator." The chamber around them seemed to contract as Cassiopeia stared at her glowing arms in horror. "That's impossible." "The celestial black lived thousands of years ago, and his essence has been reborn, generation after generation, always seeking to complete what was started." Erebus stepped closer, his eyes reflecting the light emanating from her skin. "Your family didn't protect the secret of the celestial black, Cassiopeia. They protected the world from his return, from you." Memories cascaded through her mind, her grandmother's insistence that she never study the stars too deeply, the family's isolation in the remote mountains of France, the strange rituals performed on her birthday each year, supposedly to bring blessing, but perhaps designed to bind something within her. "If that's true," she whispered, "then why help me collect the pages? Why not destroy me?" Erebus's expression softened into something like compassion, because prophecy speaks not only of the celestial black's return, but of a choice to consume the stars once more, or to restore what was taken. The grimoire seeks completion, but the power it contains can heal as well as destroy. The final pages were the most difficult to retrieve. A race developed between Cassiopeia and Erebus, and a shadowy group of witches and wizards who had detected the astronomical disturbances and sought the power for themselves. A particularly dangerous confrontation occurred in the Chamber of Secrets, where 3 pages had formed a triangular portal through which distant galaxies were visible. As winter deepened into January, they had recovered all but the final page. Divination suggested it had materialized in the most fitting location of all, the heart of the astronomy tower, where Cassiopeia spent countless nights studying the very stars that were part of her heritage. They ascended the tower on the night of the new moon, when the stars shone with uncontested brilliance. The last page hovered at the tower's center, no longer merely parchment, but a swirling vortex of celestial light that illuminated the truth fully to Cassiopeia's awakened senses. "I remember now," she said, her voice resonating with echoes of lives lived centuries before. "I sought to repair the cosmic tapestry, not destroy it. The stars were unraveling naturally, and I attempted to bind them anew." Erebus watched her carefully. That is not how history records it. History is written by those who fear what they don't understand." She extended her hand toward the vortex. "The grimoire wasn't a weapon, but a healing tool. I can complete what I began, not to consume the stars, but to stabilize them." Around them, the collected pages orbited like planets around a sun, their contents finally legible to Cassiopeia's awakened mind. The magic they contained wasn't destructive, but regenerative. Spells to knit the fabric of reality, to heal cosmic wounds, to restore balance to forces far beyond human comprehension. Erebus stood at the precipice of millennia of guardianship. "If you're wrong, then stop me," she said simply. "That's why you were appointed, isn't it? To end the cycle if necessary." Their eyes held for a long moment before he nodded once. Cassiopeia stepped into the vortex of the final page, and the grimoire reassembled itself around her in a spiral of light and ancient knowledge. The night sky above Hogwarts shifted as long-forgotten constellations reappeared, not consumed but restored to the celestial tapestry. When the light faded, Cassiopeia stood transformed, not into a being of destruction, but of restoration. The grimoire of fallen stars had become the grimoire of rising light, its pages now filled with the magic of healing and renewal. Erebus knelt before her, his long vigil finally understanding its purpose. "The stars remember," he said, echoing the centaur's words, but now with new meaning. Cassiopeia smiled, the light of distant galaxies still swirling in her eyes. "And now, at last, so do I." Above Hogwarts, the winter sky blazed with constellations unseen for thousands of years, their patterns telling stories long forgotten, of balance restored and legacies redeemed under the eternal, watchful gaze of the stars.